Again, this is the Northeast Regional Southdown Show, and we're happy to have with us Mike Stitzline of Ashland, Ohio. Mike farms and raises sheep full-time. He raises Suffolks, Hampshires, and crossbred sheep. He's a graduate of Ohio State University with a bachelor's degree in animal science, past president of the Ohio Sheep Improvement Association, and a member of the Ohio State University Animal Science Hall of Fame. Let's welcome Mike Stitzline to your Southdown Show this morning.
Well, good morning. Starting your Southdown show here today with the Yearling buck. Really nice buck as he gets out and moves about the ring. You have to appreciate him as he gets out and moves. He's free and easy off of both ends. A ram that's really level in his hip placement and pin placement. If I was being critical of the ram when you step behind him, I'd like to see him maybe just a little wider from side to side, give him just a shot more muscle throughout, but he's really correct in his build and really nice in his design from a side profile standpoint. Congratulations.
Again, placing on that class of yearling rams, first place to entry 702. Wiersbicki 340. Emily Flannery of Oxford, Maine, ram weighing 245.
nice group of fall rams to work through here. Differences, some type and kind, that things we have to sort through a little bit. I guess for me, the one that kind of comes to the top of the class is the complete ram. He's not the biggest frame ram out here by any means, but he's definitely a correct made. He gets out and moves free and easy off of both ends. Got a shot more muscle and width when you get in behind him. I think he still balances really well from the side. He's just pretty correct, and I guess, like, if you don't take into consideration just sheer size, he's big enough for me, and I think he's very, very correct in his build and still has enough muscle and everything to balance him out. The ram coming in second, you kind of want to get him a shot a notch higher, but when I set him into motion, he wants to get up in his top just a little bit. I'd like to free him up in that spine just enough to get him up into that first hole. I think, again, he has a shot more width when you get in behind him than a couple of the others, just to have a more muscle shape. I love his extension up through his front end. He's pretty correct on his feet and legs. Again, just like to level him out in his top line a bit. The ram coming in here in third's kind of the problem ram. You got to decide, is there enough muscle and enough width to go along with his size? I guess for me today in this comparison, I'd like to see just a bit more when I get behind him. I'd like to balance him up from a side profile standpoint just a little bit more also. He gets a little more deep up through the front half of his body than I'd like to see, or I'd like to see more in the back half to sort of balance him out. And when I get him out on the motion and moving, he gets just a little plain and straight in his shoulder for me, comparative to the top two individuals. Big, stout made ram as far as feature. You like that about him. He's big old footed and big shaggy legged. You have to appreciate the look that he presents when you get him out here on the side view. Just like to balance him up quite a bit better. Then we get into a ram, really cool in his overall pattern. I just don't know that there's enough of that ram. He's probably far the leanest ram, but if you just look at him and read him as far as muscle shape and volume, I just don't know if there's enough of him today to get him up any higher, but you do love him as far as his profile and length of hind saddle. Congratulations. For our senior champion out here, we've got the yearling and then the fall buck lamb. When you start comparing them, just get in behind them and read them. We talked about the yearling maybe wanting to have a shot more width and muscle, and I think that's where the fall buck definitely has that. He balances up really well. He's just kind of a complete sheep. He'll be your champion in the seniors here. Reserve, it gets a little closer in my mind. I think I've still got a fall buck that has just a shot more width. I don't like that little bit of highness in his top, and a yearling has kind of the same issue. But with that extra shot of width, we'll go ahead and use the reserve fall buck there, a second place fall buck for a reserve champion in the senior division. Congratulations.
Placing on the Senior Ram Lamb class, first place in that class went to entry 703, Foxfield 2309, Jessica Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 178 pounds. Second place to 704, Rhodes 2308, Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 193. Third, first in the junior show, to entry 705, San Meadow 2305, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. That ram weighing 214. And fourth, to entry 706, Emily Flannery, Oxford, Maine. Our open show senior champion was first place Senior Ram Lamb, entry 703, Foxfield 2309, Jessica Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts. The reserve was second in that class, Rhodes 2308, Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. Our junior show senior champion goes to 705, San Meadow 2305 out of the Senior Ram Lamb class, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. We do have special awards for our divisional champions, and that's banners provided by and sponsored by Benchmark Graphics of Oxford, Maine. We're now ready for our class of January Ram Lambs. January Ram Lambs is up next. Just one entry in that class now.
In our January class here, we just have the one ram for the Southdowns today. Ram that you really like on the profile. He's really extended. He is really level down his top line and out of his dock. When you step behind him, though, you would like to open him up through his hip and pin placement just a bit, and as he goes to the ground, just a little bit wider for the width that he has up in his forerib, because he's really good up through that forerib and the way he lays into his shoulder and the way his neck sets up on there. But if we could give him a shot more from out in this hip and pin placement and going to the ground, he would really, I think, be even that much better. So congratulations.
From our January Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 710, Rhodes 2310, Rhodes Southdowns of Minden, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 183 pounds. Now ready for February's. Again, we have February Ram Lambs in the ring. We need an entry from Oliver O'Keefe to round out our class. Here's our first Southdown trivia question. At the 2013 Big E Southdown show, that'd be 10 years ago, who exhibited the Grand Champion Ram that went on to be the Supreme Champion Ram? It's one hint. That person is showing here this year. Rolf sent the answer to Donna, and it was Dale Davis.
Really, really nice class of Rams here to work with. There's quality the whole way down through, I think. I guess it's just personal preference of what you like to see. The Ram I chose to start with, I think he hit me really hard when he came in the ring. There's a Ram that has plenty of width, plenty of mass. He's still really attractive, really well balanced. He's by far one of the levelest and widest we've seen out here in the hip and pin placement. He goes to the ground wide. You just have to really appreciate the balance and everything in that Ram with the muscularity that he has. The Ram coming in second, probably a little bit later in his maturity curve. I'm not sure when I get behind him if he's ever going to be quite as wide. He's going to be more extended. He's a little taller fronted than a first place Ram, but for me, I guess I'd like to see just a shot more width when I get in behind him as compared to the Ram that we chose to start with. The Ram coming here in third, I do like the width of this Ram when you get in behind him. He's really opened up and stout and wide. He gets a little plain chested for me. He's just a little out of balance when you get up there in the front half of his body. Gets a little deeper and plainer in his front comparatively to the top two Rams. But you sure have to appreciate him the way he goes to the ground, stout, wide. Puts a lot of muscle in that Ram, but you're just going to clean him up just a bit to get him up into those top two spots. The ram coming here in third, or fourth, I guess, is a ram that you kind of good balance, kind of pretty complete made, is a ram that you'd have to appreciate for that. He has some muscularity, probably more than some of the ones below him. But I guess for me, when I get him out here, does he have enough to get up here in our top three? I don't think so. He's just not as wide out through his hip and pin placement. And again, he's maybe not as balanced on a side profile as what we had up here in our top 2 or 3 rams. We get into the one who rounds out the top 5 here, a ram that's a little more extended again. When you get your hands on him, he's just not as thick and doesn't have that shape down his back right now. He has quite a bit of condition on him over his rib. He's just not as muscular when you stand in behind him as compared to our top 4 rams. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of February-born Ram Lambs for the Southdown Show. First place goes to entry 716 Clark 2377 Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. That ram weighing 184 pounds. Second place, first in the junior show, to entry 712 George Brothers 23025 Brady Brandt, Anvil, Pennsylvania. That ram weighing 180. Third place to entry 718 Minotaur Southdowns, Lebanon, Indiana. That ram weighing 160. Fourth to entry 719 Minotaur Southdowns, Lebanon, Indiana. Fifth place, second in the junior show, to entry 711 KJW Weber 2304 Anna Weber, South Windsor, Connecticut. Sixth place, third in the junior show, to entry 715 Robert Kaczynski, Hatfield, Massachusetts. Seventh place to entry 722 John Buffington, North Digdon, Massachusetts. And eighth place to entry 717 John Buffington. Southdowns were developed in the Sussex Hills of England in the late 1700s and early 1800s. They were imported into the United States in the 1820s. Southdowns produce a medium fleece that is finest of the British down breeds. Of the imported meat breeds, the Southdown was the first breed brought into the United States. Southdowns are one of the most popular breeds, especially with youth, in the United States today. Here's another trivia question about Southdowns. 5 years ago, that'd be 2018, who exhibited the Supreme Champion ewe and the People's Choice Award winning ewe over all breeds during week 1 of the Big E on a Southdown Senior Ewe Lamb? And we had a quick answer on that. The guy that had it's out in the ring holding a sheep right now, and that was Minotaur Southdowns of Rhode Island.
Really tough set on March buck lambs here to work with. I think there's some really high quality individuals up here in our top 5. It really boils down to the top 2, though, and you get to comparing things and just look at muscularity and balance and eye appeal and get out here and move. And the one that we chose to start with, I think he's the one that really hits you hard. He's really attractive from the side. He gets out and moves really wide and square. He's very lean over his rib, which you would expect for a March buck lamb, but very extended and still has some grow in him. He's really, really good out through his hip and pin placement. Goes to the ground base wide. He's just a really neat one to start with. The ram coming in second, I think he's the one that grabs your attention also. Is really attractive, well balanced from the side. I don't think he's quite as clean up through his front end. He's really extended, but comparing the top 2, I think that's maybe the little bit of difference. When you get behind him, they're both really shapely, really have a lot of touch and tone to their muscle. You have to appreciate that about him, really square in their pin. I don't know if he goes quite as base wide. He's really got a shapely center leg to him, the second place ram, and still really, really attractive up through his front end. Awfully nice one to stand in second hole. Ram coming in third, he's a really good ram also. Just a really extended sheep, maybe a little later in his maturity curve. I don't see quite as much development of muscle in him right now. Structure's all there, though, to put it on. I think that one's going to be an awfully good one down the road, something to contend with. Will he go ahead and get enough just to balance out his eye appeal? We'll have to see with time. But today, for me, just doesn't have enough muscle development to show me that he's going to get ahead of our top 2. And he's a little bigger ram, but I don't know that these rams are definitely not small. They're plenty big for me. They're really, really well balanced. So I guess size doesn't play into that for me. He still stands third just because I'd like to open him up in his structure and give him a shot more muscle shape. The ram coming in here in fourth, again, a more shapely, muscled sheep. He gets probably more out of balance than my top 3. I'd like to clean him up in his breast and chest a little bit, or just drop him in his flank and give him a little more behind just to balance him out just a bit better. When you get behind him, he's a little bolder up through his shoulder. He still has plenty of shape working down his top. He's pretty square out of his hip. You have to appreciate that one for the way he gets out and moves free and easy. Just like to clean him up in his front and balance him just a bit better to match with those top 3. Then we got another ram, and I guess that was the difference there in fourth and fifth, is a little taller fronted sheep. I don't know that I read him just to have as much shape and as much base width when I get behind him as some of the other rams out here in our top 5. Congratulations.
Placing on the class of March Ram Lambs. First place in open first in the junior show to entry 728, Longenecker 2324, Brady Brant, Annville, Pennsylvania. That ram weighing 154. Second to entry number 733, Rhodes 2367, Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. That ram weighing 161. Third, second in the junior show to 726, Longenecker 2121, Sugar Daddy, William and Emily Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. That ram weighing 165. 4, to entry 723, Minotaur Southdowns, Lebanon, Indiana. 5, to entry 725, Dale Davis, Cardington, Ohio. 6th, third in the junior show to Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. And 7th place to entry number 724, Minotaur Southdowns, Lebanon, Indiana. We're now ready to show for junior show, open show junior champion and reserve junior champion ram. Following that, we will show junior show champion and reserve champion ram. And then we'll go on to do grand champion. Following our selection of Grand Champion Open Show, we will do the Junior Show Junior Champion. Placing on the pair Ram Lambs, first place to entry 736, Brady Brant, Annville, Pennsylvania. Second to entry 744, Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. Third to Minotaur Southdowns, Lebanon, Indiana. 4 to 743, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. 5 to 745, Anna Weber, South Windsor, Connecticut. And 6 to 737, John Buffington, North Dighton, Massachusetts. So following the class that's in the ring, the Open Show Junior Champion in Reserve, we will show Junior Show Junior Champion in Reserve. So we do need to have ready and on the side entry 712 and 711 from the February class, and 728 and 726 from the March class. 2 of those animals are currently in the ring already.
When we get out here for our junior champion, I think you've got a really good set of rams to pick from the whole way through. We had in our junior show, we had the junior rams, I guess. They had a lot of quality in the February and Marches. I just thought that those classes were really, really tough and deep in quality. I guess when you get out here, there's a little bit of differences in type and kind. Maybe some of that's just due to age and maturity. But when you get behind them, they're still really good on the balance standpoint as far as muscularity. I think they're both, or all these rams are very, very correct in their build. So those things don't necessarily sort those rams away from anything. But I think there's a couple that I like really, really well. They're maybe a tick different in the way they look out here, but when you study them just as a balance and structure standpoint and combine that with a lot of muscularity, I think they're very, very close. The difference for me, I guess I like the really clean fronted, extended look to a sheep, but still have muscle, which is very hard to do sometimes. You try to get that extra muscularity with a ram that's have all the power that you're looking for. And that's always the combination we're trying to find. And I think we found two that are really close in that. Maybe one's a little bit different, and one's a little more power, one's a little more look from the profile. But they're both really good individuals in their own right. We're going to use our March buck lamb for our champion and go back to the February for reserve. Congratulations.
Just stay right there, please. We've done just a little bit. Our Open Show Junior Champion was first place, March Ram Lamb. Entry 728, Longenecker 2324, Brady Brant, Annville, Pennsylvania. The Reserve Champion Junior in the Open Show was entry 716, Clark 2377, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Our Junior Show Junior Champion was also our Open Show Junior Champion. First in that March class, entry number 728, Longenecker 2324, Brady Brant, Annville, Pennsylvania. At this time, we do need William and Emily Wilds to bring out 726, if you would please. And also we need 712 left in the ring for selection of our Reserve Junior Champion. Again, in our junior show portion, our divisional champion banners are sponsored by Benchmark Graphics of Oxford, Maine. The Reserve Junior Show champion goes to our first place animal from, or first place in the junior show from the February class. Entry 712, George Brothers 23025, Brady Brant, Annville, Pennsylvania. We do want to recognize in several folks that have sponsored awards. You see a lot of the pottery here on the front table in front of me. We have A.L. Hayward Southdowns of North Yarmouth, Maine, sponsoring the award for Grand Champion Ram in the Open Show. Donnie and Debbie Hopkins from North Scituate, Rhode Island, the award for Reserve Grand Champion Ram in the Open Show. Also, Best Headed Ram, the award sponsored by Lauren and Katie Drum of Pleasant Valley, New York. For our junior show, Longenecker Show Stock of Annville, Pennsylvania offers an award for our junior show Reserve Grand Champion Ram. We also want to point out that Northeast Southdown Breeders Association offers banners for premier exhibitor in the junior show as well as the others. Also, our Grand Champion Junior Show Ram will receive a $50 gift certificate from Boot Barn.
For our champion overall, between the senior and the junior, I think we talked about these bucks pretty extensively in their classes and in their divisions. And I really, as much as I like the muscularity and the power in my senior rams, I think the two junior rams combine the extra look along with the power to go to the top of the group. Your champion overall will be your junior ram, and the reserve junior will be your reserve overall. Congratulations.
Our open show grand champion was our junior champion. First in the March Ram Lamb class, entry 728, Longnecker 2324, Brady Brent, Annville, Pennsylvania. That ram weighing 154 pounds. The reserve grand champion was our first place from the February class of Ram Lambs, entry 716, Clark 2377, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. That ram weighing 184. Our junior show grand and reserve grand champion will show now. We've already determined our junior show grand champion. That is our overall open show grand champion as well. So first from the March class will be our junior show champion, which is 728, Longenecker 2324, Brady Brant, Annville, Pennsylvania. Now showing for reserve junior show grand champion ram. And our junior show reserve grand champion went to entry 712. 712 was from the February class, George Brothers, 23025, Brady Brant, Annville, Pennsylvania. Now we're ready for best headed ram. Best headed ram, please. Best headed ram for the Southdown show goes to entry 703 out of the Senior Ram Lamb class, Foxfield 2309, Jessica Larry, Oakham, Massachusetts. That does complete the ram portion of our show. Ready to go into Group 1 yearling ewes. These are ewes born prior to and including the 3rd day of February of 22. Again, Group 1 yearling ewes is your next class. So here's another Southdown trivia question. 15 years ago, that'd be 2008, who judged the Southdowns at the Big E? Little hint, person's from Ohio. Catherine got the answer to that. It was Gary Saylor.
Some really, really fun classes to sort through. I think there's a tremendous amount of quality in these ewes the whole way down through. When we get into them and you start getting in behind these sheep and start handling them for condition, I think are the things that sort these sheep apart from each other. When we set them into motion, I think there's a top two or three, and that's what does sort these top three. I think is when we set them into motion. The ewe that we chose to start with, she's by far one of the leanest, if not the leanest in the class, and still has the best balance out here. She's really wide and opened up, just really correct on her feet and legs. She balances up well. She has plenty of muscle in her. She's just really correct in that build. But when you set her into motion, she really balances up probably as well as anything, or probably the best to me. She gets out here and moves out free and easy, wide tracking behind, but she's still really elevated and clean in that front end. She's a nice one to start with. The ewe coming in second, I think, kind of closely follows her. I guess for me, when I get in behind her is where she falls a little bit short. She's really good on the side profile when you set her into motion. For me, when I get in behind her, she doesn't stay as wide and true at the ground when I read her for base width as the ewe we chose to start with, and she's got quite a bit of condition packed on that rib. She's probably one of the heavier ones we have up here in the top five as far as condition goes, and that kind of throws her balance off for me when I get in behind her as we set her into motion. She just doesn't stay quite as wide and true as the one we chose to start with. The ewe coming in here in third, I think one of the most opened up as far as body cavity and muscularity. She's the plainest and fronted for me when I set her into motion, though. When I get her out on the move, she gets a little more down fronted. She gets a little more deeper in her chest comparative to my top two. Now, she's still good enough for the amount of power that she has. She's still really neat in the way she lays in her shoulder. She's wide and square out behind. She's probably not a notch wider at the ground when she goes away from me than the ewe right in front of her. I guess for me, I'm a little bit bothered by her chest and front end. And she's still leaner than the ewe ahead of her. I just like to change that about her, make her a little more feminine. Probably one of the coolest and patterned sheep on the profile, and still handles good. She's not heavy conditioned at all. The ewe coming in here in fourth. Ewe that's big in her top. I wish she carried that width out through her hip and as she goes to the ground when I set her into motion. Then we could talk about running her right to the top of the class. Just for me, she kind of gets a little bit narrower at the ground and a little bit narrower out through her hip and pin placement comparative to my top trio. The ewe that comes into fifth here, a really nice balanced sheep. I just don't know when I get her out here comparative to my top five, is there just enough of her when I get in behind her? I'd like to give her a little more just oomph, a little more width, base width off of both ends comparative to those top four sheep to get her any higher. Congratulations.
Placings on our class of early yearling ewes for the Southdown show. First place goes to entry 755, a ewe weighing 182 pounds. Clark, 2231. Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Second, first in the junior show to entry 751, a ewe weighing 213. Howe Farms, 2204. Victoria, Brady Brant, Annville, Pennsylvania. Third place, second in the junior show to entry 750, a ewe weighing 200 pounds. Sand Meadow, 2209, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. 4 to 749, Jessica Leary of Oakham, Massachusetts. Fifth place to 747, also Jessica Leary. Sixth place to 769, Minitor Southdowns, Lebanon, Indiana. 7 to 746, Emily Flannery, Oxford, Maine. Eighth, third in the junior show to 754, Emily and William Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. 9, fourth in the junior show to William and Emily Wilds. 10th place, fifth in the junior show to 778, William and Emily Wilds. 11 goes to 752, Elisa Nyquist, Deerfield, New Hampshire. 12 also to Elisa Nyquist with 753. So here's another Southdown trivia question. 25 years ago, that'd be 1998, a Southdown was Supreme Champion Ram for Week 1 of the Big E. Who exhibited that ram?
Again, just a tremendous set of yearling ewes out here to work with. I think that when it gets down to the one that really hit me the hardest, I think for me it was just really easy to find the ewe that we chose to start with to the top of the class. That's one that really opened up when she gets out on the move. She still carries that look that you wanted to see, levelness of top line. She has tons of muscle shape down her top. I like that about her, and she's not too fat. She just really balances up well from the side profile, and when you get behind her, she carries that base width that I was looking for, and still feminine up through that front end. The ewe coming in second, you kind of want to rule her out at times when you get on the side profile. She actually has more shape when you get right in behind her than what you would think. From the side, she just doesn't show me as much balance as some of the other sheep maybe in behind her. But when you get behind her and read her for just muscularity, she has more width down her top. She's wider and square in her pin shape when you get in behind her than she appears from the side. It's just that side profile. She throws me off a little bit. She's not as balanced up as the ewe we chose to start with. I'd like to drop her in her flank just a bit, give her a little more lower shape from a side profile standpoint. But when you read her in behind, she's wide and square out through her pin. She really is taller fronted. She's just not as balanced up when I set her into motion on the side profile. Doesn't carry the width at the ground that our first place ewe does. The ewe coming in here in third, there's really another one that balances up, probably more like the ewe that we chose to start with. When I get in behind her, she gives up an awful lot of width out through that hip and pin placement compared to our top two. I'd like to widen her out through there and widen her as she goes to the ground. She gets narrower, but she's still a little freer moving maybe than the ewe comes in fourth. I really like this ewe on a profile standpoint. I really wanted to run her to the top of the group. But when I set her into motion, she's probably the tightest moving when she gets off her rear two. I just like to free her up in the way she gets out and moves off of that back two as when you set her into motion. And when I get behind her, she doesn't read with quite as much width as maybe the top two ewes up there either. So she kind of falls into that fourth hole from that standpoint. But I really, really like this ewe on the profile, and she balances up great. The ewe coming in fifth probably gives up a little more balance to my top four. She just gets a little deeper, a little plainer, starting to carry more condition. When you get in behind her, she's not as balanced up either. She tends to narrow up at the ground, narrow out through her pin shape a little bit more than some of those others on up in the class. Congratulations.
Our next class will be pair of yearling ewes. Pair yearling ewes will be your next class. For class number 2, our late yearling ewes, first place and open first in the junior show, goes to entry 760, 4C E22126, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut, that ewe weighing 168. Second in the open show to entry 770, Minotaur 2226, Minotaur Southdowns, Lebanon, Indiana, that ewe weighing 194. Third place, second in the junior show, to entry 803, Little Falls Farm, 2217, Misty, William and Emily Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut, that ewe weighing 178. Fourth place, In the open show, to entry 774, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. 5th place in the open show. To entry 761, Jessica Leary, Oakham, North Massachusetts. 6th place in the open to 773, Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. 7th place, 4th in the junior show to 762, Cora Cranston, West Greenwich, Rhode Island. 8th place to entry 776, Dale Davis, Cardington, Ohio. 9 to 759, Dale Davis. 10th place to entry 775, Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. 11, 4th in the junior show to 771, Anna Weber, South Windsor, Connecticut. And 12th place, 5th in the junior show to 764, also Anna Weber, South Windsor, Connecticut. Placing on the pair of yearling U class, first place goes to Oliver Nicholson of Ellington, Connecticut. Second place to Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Third to Jessica Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts. Fourth place to William and Emily Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. Fifth place to Minitor Southdowns, Lebanon, Indiana. Sixth place, Dale Davis, Cardington, Ohio. 7, Emily Flannery, Oxford, Maine. Eighth place to Anna Weber, South Windsor, Connecticut. 9, Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. 10, Elisa Nyquist, Deerfield, New Hampshire. And 11 to John Buffington, North Dighton, Massachusetts.
Really, really nice class of early fall ewe lambs out here to work with. I thought for no more than there was a really good selection of ewes and really high quality individuals out here. It gets down to my top two, and they're really close in my mind. There's a lot of little tiny give and take. I think they're both really, really good in their own right. One's maybe just a tick better in their breed character, and one's just maybe a tick better in her overall look and elevation in front when she gets out on the move. I think they're both really, really good. I like the ewe to start the class. I think she just got a little more extension, a little more elevation of front. I don't need her to be big. I just need them to be elevated and run uphill and wedge right when I get in behind them. She's certainly big back, big hipped, and big pinned, and still has tremendous shape down low in her leg. She's really good in her rib and still lays in her shoulder, and the way that neck sets and comes up out of there. I like that about her. She's really good on the move. I think that's probably where she excels, the second place ewe. She gets out on the move and just a little freer. I think the second place ewe just not wanting to get out here and go on her own. Maybe she's just not giving it to him today as far as just getting about the ring. When she does move, I think she's very good and sound on those feet and legs. Maybe not quite as long strided I'd like to see her, but maybe that's just because she's being a little more tentative to be in the ring. I really like the balance of this ewe from both the side and the rear. She's really clean up through her front, tremendous amount of muscle, really wide and square out through that loin and hip and pin placement. I love that about her. I wish she would get out here and just get up and out in her front end just a little bit more. When you get her stuck, she's definitely tall enough fronted. She's really good in her shoulder. I like the depth and her balance from a side profile standpoint again. She's the better headed of the two, definitely breed character-wise. But I just like to see her a little more elevated, and maybe if I was to be real critical, maybe the first one has a little more shape right in the center lower stifle region of the leg, but I think that's a kind of a mute point in here, because they're both plenty heavy muscled. The ewe coming in third, she's probably more designed like the ewe that we chose to start the class with, but I think what makes her fall short is when we get in behind her, she gives up an awful lot of width and pin placement to those top two. Those are just exceptional in their width and structure out through their hip and pin placement. I think she gets a little bit narrower, and she goes to the ground a little bit narrower. She gives off just a tiny bit in her balance also when we get her on our profile compared to my top two. I'd like to drop her in her flank and give her just a little more lower shape in that leg to balance her out just a little bit more, because I definitely like the way she is up for the front half of her body. I'd like to give her a little more in the back half to balance her out a little bit better. The same kind of situation is what makes the ewe come here in fourth, and she's actually carrying quite a bit more condition. She gets out of balance for me both on the side and from a rear view standpoint. Just like to widen her out through her hip and pin placement, make her go to the ground with a little more base width compared to those top three, and then we could talk about her up in the top end, because she's definitely elevated, really cool up through her front end. She has some shape to her top. I don't think when I get on top of her, though, she has near as much from that last rib back as width and shape as what we had in our top three. The ewe comes in fifth hole there. Again, just getting a little less balanced for me. Maybe not as good on the move as holding together as well as my top four individuals. So we kind of have to fall her down into that fifth hole. She has a lot of product in her, some rib and she might be even a little lighter in her condition, which that's a good thing. I think that at this stage they maybe don't want them too over conditioned, but once we get her out and move, she just comes apart a little bit more than what we had in our top four. Congratulations.
Placing on the early fall ewe lamb class, first place and open first in the junior show to 798. Longenecker 2260. Brady Brandt, Anvil, Pennsylvania, that ewe weighing 165. Second place to 795, Foxfield 2302. Jessica Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts, that ewe weighing 151. Third place to entry number 796, Jessica Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts, that ewe weighing 158. Fourth place, second in the junior show to 797, Sunrise 1381, Lexi Grace, Sunrise Southdowns, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. And fifth place, third in the junior show to 794, William and Emily Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. Sixth place and fourth in the junior show to 792, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. And fifth in the junior show to 793, Caleb Cranston, West Greenwich, Rhode Island. Well, earlier I never gave the answer to that trivia question of 25 years ago in 1998. The Southdown was Supreme Champion Ram for week 1 of the Big E, and I wanted to know who the exhibitor of that ram was, and Catherine got that right away. It was Kimberly Thayer of Massachusetts.
In this late fall class, maybe not as many to work through, but definitely got one that's probably better balanced than the other two. She's really correct in her overall build and structure, and I still think has enough muscle, but she's by far the better balance. When I get in behind her, when I set her into motion, she still has some base width. She's more correct on her feet and legs. I think just a nice one to start the class with. You get into second place, she just used big and extended. I like to see her get a little freer in her top when she gets out here on the move. She wants to get up in her top a little bit. She gets narrow in behind. I'd like to balance her up on a profile standpoint, and from behind, she's getting a lot of condition over her rib and maybe doesn't balance up as much when you stand in behind her. And I guess the same situation we run into here in the third place as a sheep that maybe not as balanced up from the side and from behind, probably starting to get a little more condition over the rib. And when I set her into motion, really gets pretty narrow in behind at the ground comparative to my top two. Congratulations.
Again, we're now showing for Open Show Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion U. Cassidy Miller, we need your second place out of that late fall Lamb class in the ring, please. Placing on the late fall Lamb class, first place in open goes to 800, Formo 2292. Emily Flannery, Oxford, Maine, that U weighing 106. Second, first in the junior show to 799, Sunrise 1382, Cassidy Miller, Oxford, New York, that U weighing 186. Third place, second in the junior show to entry 801, TNT 2222, Katie Drum, Pleasant Valley, New York, that U weighing 194. Road Southdowns of Minden, Massachusetts will present the award for the Senior Champion U in the Open Show, while Jessica Leary of Oakham, Massachusetts presents the award for Reserve Senior Champion U in the Open Show. Again, we want to remind you, Benchmark Graphics, Oxford, Massachusetts, will be giving the Divisional Champion Awards. That'll be the Junior Show Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion.
Well, we get out here for our Senior Champion U, and again, a lot of quality in all these individuals. We talked about them in class, so we don't need to go over them a bunch. And I think there's to me, when I get down to it, there's one that really hits me hard when she came into class, and I think out here in the drive, still just a really good individual. It puts a lot of good things together, and it doesn't have any big faults. Reserve gets a little closer for me. I guess they're both really, really similar in their kind, and they're both really good individuals. I think there's one that's maybe just a bit better off of her back two comparatively. If you're getting really nitpicky, maybe balances up just a bit better when we get them out here on the profile. So we'll go out and select our champion in reserve of the senior division.
For our open show, our senior champion ewe goes first place early yearling ewe, entry 755, Clark 2231, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. The reserve senior champion goes first place early fall ewe lamb, 798, Longenecker 2260, Brady Brant, Annville, Pennsylvania. That animal is also our junior show senior champion ewe. So we need to show for reserve senior champion for the junior show. For our junior show, our reserve senior champion went to entry number 751 out of the early yearling ewe class, Howe Farms 2204, Victoria, Brady Brant, Annville, Pennsylvania. We are now ready to go to January ewe lambs, Southdown January ewe lambs for our Northeast Regional Southdown show. So, who judged the Southdowns at the 2013 Big E? That'd be 10 years ago. And the answer to that question Debbie came up with, 2013 judge for Southdowns, was Tom Wilworth from Iowa.
Well, they're getting even deeper as we go. The classes and the quality of these individuals are just really, really good. I think it's not a what do you want to start with. It's kind of which way do you want to go in behind those. And that's always a give and take, and a matter of thresholds to me is how much can I tolerate of one thing or not having enough of one thing and have more of another thing. So but like I said, the one we chose to start with, I think she just puts an awful lot of good things together. That's just a really attractive, really well-balanced, well-built sheep that has plenty of muscle, and she's by far, again, one of the leaner ones that we have out here as far as condition at this stage of the game. So you know she's going to continue to grow on out and be a really complete individual. That one just kind of comes to the top in my mind pretty easy. Second and third is where my problem lies. I guess you got to tolerate a little bit of front on this second one. She's not as good there, but I still think she's very acceptable for the amount of mass that she has behind that. You get behind her, she's really opened up. She's not as lean as what we started with, but I still think she's not over-conditioned like some of the others we had on down. A sheep that you really put your hands on it, just a tremendous amount of top shape in this sheep. Really big and bold in her rack, really square in her loin, really square out of her pin. Just has so much shape to her. I just can't tolerate not having enough, which is kind of what we had in the third one. She has a tremendous look from the profile, just really sound structured. She gets out and moves better. She looks a little cleaner fronted on the move. Is there enough when I get my hands on her and get behind her? I don't think there's enough to get her ahead of the ewe standing in second. Is there enough to get ahead of some of the other ewes? By far, yes. But when I put her up next to those top two, I just would like to see her have more natural shape down her top, have more natural muscle shape from in behind as she goes away from me to get her up into one of those top two. That's an awfully nice one. I think she'll continue to just get better. The lamb coming in here in fourth, a sheep that probably just gets a little more out of balance for me when I get out here on the profile and maybe even in behind. She actually has more shape when you get directly behind her than you think. She has more rack shape than maybe even the ewe standing right in front of her, and top shape. But I would like to see her just balance up quite a bit better from a profile standpoint to get her on up into those top three. The lamb coming in here in fifth, she already has a little better balance. Is there enough of her compared to the other ewes that are standing from four to first? I don't think so today. I like the balance of her. I like the build of her. She kind of is really pretty complete. She's a little quicker in her overall maturity curve comparative, and I don't want to say she's too quick because I still think she's very acceptable to get up in here in the top end of the class, but I'd like to make her have a little later maturity curve in her growth curve to get her a little bigger in her frame comparative. She still has plenty of volume for her size. There's just not as much of her today. Congratulations.
Placings on the class of January ewe lambs for the Northeast Regional Southdown Show. First place goes to entry 817 Clark 2351 at Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. That animal weighing 142. Second place to entry 818 Forsey, 23-106. Alyssa Niket, Deerfield, New Hampshire. Animal weighing 157. Third place to entry number 813, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. That animal weighing 148. Fourth place to entry 811, Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. Fifth place to entry 816, Alyssa Niket, Deerfield, New Hampshire. Sixth place, first in the junior show to 812, Sunrise, 1386, Lexi Grace, Sunrise Southdowns, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Seventh, second in the junior show to 805, Sand Meadow, 2306, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. Eighth and third in the junior show to entry 807, William and Emily Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. 9, fourth in the junior show to 808, Emily and William Wilds. 10th, fifth in the junior show to Rebecca Risley, Amston, Connecticut. And 11, sixth in the junior show to 814, Taylor Ruido, Colchester, Connecticut.
again, a really, really nice class of fall ewe lambs here. I think as we get into these younger sheep out here, I think I like to see them just a little bit more youthful in appearance. So when we get these top end ones up here, you can see they're quite a bit leaner, and that's probably just because I err a little bit on the lean side, as saying these sheep will have some future and some growth to them, but yet we still want some muscularity. That's the difference. I think a little more base width than the top one we started with. She's just a little wider track, and is she going to be as big in the end? I'm sure she's not, but she's still pretty lean and still has a tremendous amount of muscle working down her top and out through her pin. She gets out on the move. She's not quite as good up in her front end as the ewe coming in second. Not as tall a front end, I should say. Both these ewes aren't exceptionally great in their chest floor. I will say that. I would clean both of them up just a bit through their breast comparative to their back half. But I think what happens up here in the first one is she just balances up just a bit better. When you get that little bit of extra chest in the second one, she doesn't have enough of flank in her yet at this stage, because I think she's a little later maturing, that she has dropped and balanced herself out. Now, with time, I think that'll really come into play, because she's going to balance out with age and time. She still has plenty of shape, I think, when we get on her. She doesn't have as much base width. When we set her into motion, she gets a little tighter, but she's still good enough in that base width for a sheep that's going to have some grow to her like she's going to have. She's just really level down her spine. I really like that about her. And she has good shape to her. So, and as far as muscle, I think they're very, very comparable. I just guess the second one just is off in the balance for me a little bit more than the first one. I like the way she stays up in her front maybe better, but those two are really nice ones to start the class with. The one that comes in here in third, I think, giving up a lot of that eye appeal and shape and touch like we had in our first couple sheep. She gets a little straight for me off her hind two, but she still possesses more base width, I think, and balances up a little bit better than what we have here in third and fourth. So we got to get her on up in here towards the top end. You get up on her, she's actually wider and thicker than you would think, just not enough to get ahead of those top two. The one that comes in here in fourth, she again gets a little bit base narrow for me, but I still think balances up really well. And when I set her into motion, she's quite a bit better in her top line and the way she holds together through her front end than the one coming in fifth. That use really opened up, a lot of mass to her, a lot of volume. I guess for me, she's just a little quick in her maturity curve. She's a little plain and open bladed in her shoulder, especially when we set her on the go. She just gets out there and really opening the blades. It gives up some of that overall look and balance on the move. Congratulations.
Placing on our early class of February ewe lambs, first place in both the open and the junior show to entry number 824, Sand Meadow 2309, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut, that ewe weighing 128. Second place in open to 820, Old Glory Farms 1692, Dale Davis, Cardington, Ohio. Third and second in the junior show to entry 828, 4CE 23138, Katie Drum, Pleasant Valley, New York, that ewe weighing 127. Fourth place, third in the junior show, to Anna Weber, South Windsor, Connecticut. Fifth in the Open to 8:33, Minotaur Southdowns, Lebanon, Indiana. Sixth, fourth in the junior show, to entry 8:23, Anna Weber, South Windsor, Connecticut. Seventh to 8:25, Emily Flannery, Oxford, Maine. Eighth place, fifth in the junior show to 8:27, Robert Kaczynski, Hatfield, Massachusetts. 9, sixth in the junior show to 8:29, Madeline Amons, Chelsea, Vermont. 10th place, 7th in the junior show to 8:22, Robert Kaczynski, Hatfield, Massachusetts. 11 and 8 in the junior show to 8:21, Aaron Grossman, Lebanon, Connecticut.
Again, a tremendous class of February ewe lambs here. I think just a tremendous set up here in our top end. Top 5, I think awfully good. The top 2 gets really tight. I think these 2 are pretty unique. They're just pretty good in every way. That when you look at every angle, they're good. They set them down and get out and move. I think that's the little bit of difference in the top 2 is the second one maybe doesn't travel out quite as free as our first one, and maybe it's just a show ring. She doesn't like it quite as much, but that first one gets out and just motors around the ring really easy and free, and just lays down in her top line the way she should. She's square in her pin. She sets them down wide. She's got a lot of touch and tone to her muscle when you put your hands on her, really square out of her pin. The same with the second ewe, just really structured right, really wedges the right way from both angles, side and rear. I think she's just maybe not as free moving as that ewe that comes out in first hole, so close placing there. The one coming in here in third, I think just giving up an awful lot of volume to our top 2. She's really young, looks a little more immature yet. I think that one on down the road can really come on and be something special. She's really attractive. She's really balanced from the side profile. When I get in behind her, she's not quite as wide right out through her pin. Doesn't go to the ground maybe quite as wide as their top 2 individuals when she pedals away from you. The one coming in fourth here, giving up some of the overall balance again when I get in behind her. Maybe on the side, she's not quite as balanced. She'd like to see her drop in that flank just a little bit more to balance her up from a side profile. You get in behind her, she's kind of the same thing, little tighter at the pin than I'd like to see, and goes to the ground with a little base narrow, maybe on front and rear comparative to those top trio. The one coming in fifth, she's just giving up an awful lot of volume. She's kind of cool made and balanced and puts a lot of good things together. She has some muscle. She has some shape. She's balanced up pretty well. I just don't know that there's enough of her to get her any higher in the group that she's in today. Congratulations.
Placing on that class of late February ewe lambs, first place goes to entry 838, Longenecker 2317, Brady Brandt, Annville, Pennsylvania. That ewe weighing 142, and that was first in the junior show as well. Second place in the open, 836, Clark 2376, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. That ewe weighing 122. Third in the open show to 834, Dale Davis, Cardington, Ohio. That ewe weighing 121. Fourth to 842, Jessica Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts. 5 to 840, Emily Flannery, Oxford, Maine. Sixth place, second in the junior show to 832, Arrow, M2337, Katie Drum, Pleasant Valley, New York. Seventh place, third in the junior show to 843, Lexi Grace, Sunrise, Southdowns, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Eighth place to 844, Rhodes, Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. Ninth place, fourth in the junior show to Lexi Grace, Sunrise, Southdowns, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. 10 to entry number 835, John Buffington, North Dighton, Massachusetts. And 11 also to John Buffington, North Dighton, Massachusetts, on entry 837.
Again, just a tremendous class of ewe lambs out here. We've got a lot of quality, even clear down into the one standing off in the other line. Just up here in our top end, I mean, it goes 5 deep in this front line. I mean, there's really, really nice. Get up here in our top trio. They're very close, very, very similar in their build. They're all really opened up in their pin shape. They run the right way. They get out and they can move about the ring. I guess the difference when I do set them into motion is where I sort them. They all have plenty of muscle. Conditions very, very similar, although the one coming in third has a little bit more than maybe ideal for a March lamb, a sheep that just little further along in its growth curve. Top two, though, I think I sort these two when I set them into motion. I like the way that ewe lamb stays up in her front just a tick better as we set them on the move comparative to the second place. And that's really about the only way you sort those top two, because they're both really, really good. They're really square out through their pin shape. They have lots of muscle, like I said, the whole way down through, and gets that shape in the center portion. They go to the ground wide off of both ends. You can see they're both very, very balanced on a profile standpoint. So those two are really, really close. The one coming in third, she just is a little further along. Maybe I'd like to see for her size. I don't think she's anything too small, but I think comparative to my top two, she just gets a little quicker in her growth curve for me today. And it's all about thresholds, right? You got to decide what's far enough along and what isn't as far along. And at this age, I'd like to see a little less condition and a little more grow for her. But, man, you get up on top of her, she's really opened up. She's really cool in her front. You like the balance of her from the profile and from behind. She balances up really good. We just like to see her a little more youthful. The one coming in there in fourth, a sheep that just gives up some of the overall width to our top trio. I mean, that's an awfully good one to stand in fourth hole in a class. Some of the other classes we could run her right to the top. Really pretty well balanced. You get behind her, she's square, big in her pin. She balances up pretty well on the profile. And when we get her into motion, she's not quite as free. I'd like to see her just stay a little more free in her top line comparative. But that's an awfully nice one for to stand in that fourth hole. Like I said, maybe widen her out a bit as she goes to the ground from behind compared to the top three. Not that she's narrow, just compared to the ones that she's with. The one coming in fifth here, when I set her into motion, I think she gives up too much of that shape and the base width. She's a little later in her maturity curve. I think she's going to grow and be a bigger yearling. Does she balance up quite as well? And there isn't quite as much of her today, and she doesn't have the base width that I'd like to see comparative to those. And it's all kind of, like I said, thresholds of where you want to see them at this stage of the game. I see her being a big, nice yearling. Not so much today. I just would like to see her be a little wider. I'm not sure that she's going to ever be as wide. She will be bigger. So congratulations.
Placing on the March Ewe Lamb class for our Northeast Regional Southdown show, first place goes to entry number 853, Clark, 23106, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. That ewe weighing 119. Second in the open, first in the junior show to entry 855, Longenecker, 2325, Brady Brandt, Anvil, Pennsylvania. That ewe weighing 120. Third place, second in the junior show, to 8:54. Longenecker 23:36. Brady Brandt, Annville, Pennsylvania. That you weighing 129. Fourth place to 8:46. Minotaur Southdowns, Lebanon, Indiana. Fifth place to 8:47. Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. Sixth place to 8:45. Minotaur Southdowns, Lebanon, Indiana. Seventh place to 8:48. Jessica Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts. 8 to entry 8:52, also Jessica Leary. Ninth place, third in the junior show to 8:58. William and Emily Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. 10th place, fourth in the junior show, to Grace Thayer, entry 8:50. Grace is from Cummington, Massachusetts. And 11, fifth in the junior show to 8:49. Emma Collins, Borzrak, Connecticut. Basra, Connecticut. If you go over to the farmer's market today, please stop and see Donna Kinnison. Donna is from Massachusetts, and she was yesterday's host of the day. Every day here at the Big E, a host is named host of the day and honored for their work. She's also known as Retail Donna. So if you go over there, see her, just congratulate her on her win and thank her for all that she does. Also, Local Brewers Showcase is happening today through tomorrow, the 15th through the 17th. You can learn how the magic happens from some of your favorite local brewery owners and brewmasters during the Local Brewers Showcase. That happens from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. And also today is Main Day. So make sure you go over and visit at the main building if no place else. Grab some lobster roll. Have some Maine beer as you enjoy all the things about Maine. And finally, the joke of the day. What do you get when you cross an elephant with a fish? Swimming trunks. So here's the final trivia question for the Southdowns. 15 years ago in 2008, a Southdown was Supreme Ram for week 1 of here at the Big E. who exhibited that ram. Good job, Kevin. Jeff Rapaski, or Crystal Rapaski, was whose name it was in. Placing on the pair of ewe lamb class for the Southdowns, first place goes to entry 861, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Second to 859, Brady Brandt, Annville, Pennsylvania. Third place to 866, Jessica Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts. Fourth place to entry 868, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. Fifth place to 862, Dale Davis, Cardington, Ohio. 6 to 869, Alyssa Nickett of Deerfield, New Hampshire. Seventh place to Miniature Southdowns, Lebanon, Indiana. Eighth place, Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. 9, Sunrise Southdowns, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. And 10th place to 863, Katie Drum, Pleasant Valley, New York. This time we're now showing for Open Show Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion. Following this, we will show for Junior Show Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion. We want to thank KDW Southdown, South Windsor, Connecticut, for the award for Reserve Junior Champion U. And they also sponsor the Reserve Grand Champion U Award. Also, we want to thank John Buffington of Dighton, Massachusetts, for the award for Grand Champion U that we will be awarding. Best Headed U Award from Lauren and Katie Drum, Pleasant Valley, New York. Junior Champion U, Dale and Kathy Davis, Old Glory Farms of Cardington, Ohio, sponsors that award. The award for Reserve Junior Show Grand Champion U, sponsored by Sand Meadow Farm, South Windsor, Connecticut. And the award for Junior Show Grand Champion U, sponsored by Sunrise Southdowns, the Wrights of Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Also, we want to remind you that our exhibitor of the Junior Show Champion U will receive a $50 gift certificate from Boot Barn. And also Benchmark Graphics, Oxford, Maine, sponsors divisional champion banners for both the U's and Rams for our Junior Show.
Well, again, just a tremendous set of females out here to work through for our junior champion. I just think there's a lot of quality. I kind of took the suspense I said out of it when I pulled those two out. Those are the two in my mind that really come to the top of this group. Now, there's a lot of good ones in every class, the whole way down through a lot of classes. So don't feel bad if you didn't get to the top two spots to get out here, because there's an awfully lot of good ones out there in each class. And so when we get out here, though, there's two that sort themselves for me, two that are just fantastic as far as build and structure and base width, and have all the things that go together to make a really good one. There's tiny differences, I guess, when you set them into motion, and I guess that's what sorts the two for me, and they're both really good. I won't say one's bad in any way, but there's one that just kind of just a little bit different when she gets out on the move. Yearling right here will be your champion. We'll go back for reserve over here. Congratulations.
Junior Champion U goes to our Group 2 February U-Lam class winner, 838, Longenecker 2317, Brady Brandt, Annville, Pennsylvania. That U weighing 142, and that's also our Junior Show Junior Champion. The reserve Junior Champion for the Open Show was our January U-Lam class winner, entry 817, Clark 2351, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. We now need to show for our Junior Show Reserve Junior Champion U. Our reserve junior show junior champion goes to 855 out of the March ewe lamb class. Our first place junior animal in that class, Longenecker 2325, Brady Brandt, Annville, Pennsylvania. Now ready to show for overall champion open show grand champion ewe.
Well, it's been my pleasure to sort through the Southdown show today. I think it's been a fantastic group of sheep the whole way through, the males and the females. I think the exceptional group is in the female side, though, as far as just the depth of it. I think the males were really good at the top end, and I think that says a lot for the Southdown breed that they're getting this kind of quality in there. When you get out here for our champion ewe, again, I think it kind of boils down to a couple sheep. There's one that I had in mind when they came out, and if I didn't see something really wrong, I thought that one hit me so hard, and yet as good as the young ones were, I think the yearling is the one that just really hits me as being a a tremendous female down the road, a stud producer. She's an awfully good one. She'll be your champion today. We'll go with your ewe lamb for reserve. Congratulations.
Our open show grand champion ewe was our senior champion ewe. 755 out of the early class of yearling ewes. Clark 2231, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. The reserve grand champion ewe was our junior champion ewe. 838 out of the late February ewe lamb class. Longenecker 2317, Brady Brant, Annville, Pennsylvania. That animal will also be our junior show grand champion ewe. So we do need to select a junior show reserve champion ewe overall. For our junior show reserve grand champion ewe, it was our junior show reserve junior champion ewe, entry number 855 out of the March ewe lamb class, Longenecker 2325, Brady Brant, Annville, Pennsylvania. We are now ready to show best headed ewe. Our best headed ewe for the Southdown show went to entry number 818 out of the January ewe lamb class. Forsey 23106, Alyssa Nycat, Deerfield, New Hampshire. Placing on the exhibitors flock, first place to Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Second place to Jessica Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts. Third, Oliver Nicholson, Ellington, Connecticut. 4, Minotaur Southdowns, Lebanon, Indiana. 5, to Rhodes Southdowns, Minden, Massachusetts. 6th place to Dale Davis, Cardington, Ohio. 7, Emily Flannery, Oxford, Maine. 8th place to William and Emily Wilds, Farmington, Connecticut. 9 to Anna Weber, South Windsor, Connecticut. And 10th place to John Buffington, North Dighton, Massachusetts. We are now ready for breeder's flock. Once Nancy makes her way, her and Joe make their way through the crowd. Once they've got you recorded and everything checked, we're ready for breeder's flock. Don't forget, following our Get of Sire class, we will select Supreme Overall Southdown Animal. Supreme Southdown, following our Get of Sire class. Now ready for Get of Sire, placing on the breeder's flock for the Northeast Regional Southdown Show. First place placing on the breeder's flock class. First place to Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Second place to entry 888, Jessica Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts. Third to entry 890, Rhodes Southdowns of Minden, Massachusetts. 4 to Dale Davis, Cardington, Ohio, entry 887. 5 to 891, Anna Weber, South Windsor, Connecticut. And 6th place to entry number 885, John Buffington, North Dighton, Massachusetts. Now showing Get of Sire. Placing on the Get of Sire class, first place goes to Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. Second place to Jessica Leary, Oakham, Massachusetts. Third, Nick Miniter, Southdowns, Lebanon, Indiana. And 4 to Dale Davis, O'Glory Farm, Cardington, Ohio. We are now ready to show for Supreme Champion Southdown. So we'll need that Grand Champion Ram, Grand Champion ewe in the ring.
Well, I guess I've never experienced this actual class where they go between the sexes of the females and the males. Got to be careful of that these days. Just saying. Just saying. Boy, both individuals are really, really nice and represent the breed well. I think if you look out here and you just decide, even if you're just taking these two and move on with the breed, I think you would propel it forward. So both these individuals are really good. To me, there's one that still represents what I see in an individual in a breed of any kind, that really comes with power and look and puts it all together. Today, we're going to use the Yearling ewe. Congratulations.
Winner of our Supreme Champion Southdown is our Grand Champion ewe. Out of Group 1, our early class of yearling ewes, entry number 755. Clark, 2231, Brady Clark, Gilmanton, New Hampshire. And Brady receives the Don and Deborah Hopkins and family of North Scituate Award, which is a revolving trophy in memory of Debbie's dad, Donald Grant, for having that Supreme Champion Southdown here at the Big E this year. Hang with us just for a few moments. We'll announce our award winners for the Premier Exhibitor, Premier Breeder, and Junior Show Premier Exhibitor in just a few moments once we get some calculating done. Our Junior Show Premier Exhibitor Award is sponsored by the Northeast Southdown Breeders Association. this time, we're ready to do those Premier Awards. So we need a representative from Brady Clark and a representative from Oliver Nicholson over here at the desk so we can make award presentations. Here comes Oliver. Oliver Nicholson is our junior show premier exhibitor, and he gets a banner presented from the association. Brady Clark from Gilmanton, New Hampshire, is our open show premier exhibitor and open show premier breeder. Congratulations to both of those exhibitors. Thank you for a very good Southdown show. We want to thank our judge once again. It's been Mike Stitzline of Ohio. We will begin our lead line competition here in 20 minutes. 20 minutes we'll start the lead line competition. So we want to remind you, if you had a breed champion or reserve, ram or ewe, junior show or open, we do need to get photos over at the photo booth. Catherine's over there to get photos right now. And if you had photos done yesterday, those photos are up on her website. You can take a look at those. That's at kakimages.com.